Okay. All right, everyone in class, you can go ahead, open up your books to page 141 online. Again, remember, you guys are working on Proverbs 1 through 5. Let me say something that discourages me for those of you online, is the fact that you're not listening to what I'm telling you. Because I know you're calling, you're asking questions, you're asking about things that I'm telling you online. There's nothing you need to pick up this week. I've said that every single day. Okay, make sure you're listening and paying attention. It's your responsibility. But this week on Friday, everybody listen, on Friday, your project is due. So on this section, Proverbs 1 through 5, right here in the middle, I've got 6 through 10. Right over here, 11 through 15. You're going to read those chapters of Proverbs, write down the verse. Say Proverbs 1:5. Write out that verse. What does it mean? What does it have to do with friendship? Write out what you think it has to do with friendship. Okay, if you have any questions on that, let me know, and we can work on that. Okay, and again, guys, listen, that takes the place of your field notes. Okay, again, saying that same thing again, that takes the place of your field notes. That is what's due on Friday. So make sure that you have that. That is just a piece of paper. So make sure you got that piece of paper. If you have any questions, let me know. Had some questions here in class that were good. This is, again, to me, one of the most important things you will learn in this class is how to read God's Word for yourself and understand it. If you don't learn that, then your Christian life will never go anywhere. It never will. Because basically you are saying, I've got to have somebody else give me God's Word every day. When that's not exactly how it's going to work. You've got to learn how to understand God's Word for yourself. So make sure that's what you're doing. Friday also will be your verse quiz, which my verse is what? Say it out loud. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. And we talked about that Monday when we were looking at the book of Proverbs. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart and lean not into thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. And so that is the verse that you guys have. You guys should be on page 141. Those of you, make sure not to be working on your assignment, your project there. Put that away for right now. Again, I cannot stress this enough. I really want you guys to take this seriously and really work on this. I'll tell you where I learned of this project. I did it when I was probably 8th grade. This is one that I did, and what we did is we actually, you had the entire book. So we didn't divide it up. You had the entire book. You had to go through and you had to get it and all of that stuff. And so I'm dividing it up to make it a little bit easier. But it's something that stuck with me because there is a lot to say in the book of Proverbs. Man, Proverbs is such a good book. Such a relevant book. For you. For me. I mean, I need to look up this reference. Verses on friendship. Make no friendship with an angry man unless you learn his ways. How relevant is that? Because it talks about two things about friendship. First off, it's somebody that you need to avoid. Somebody that's always angry. Somebody that's always looking for a fight. And second, this is one of the most important principles of friendship. Lest you learn his ways. Understand the people that you spend most of your time with is who you are becoming. In every area, you're like, no, I'm my own person. No. You guys ever caught yourself saying something? And maybe you're at home and your mom, where'd you hear that? Oh, that somebody in school says that. Just because you're hanging out with somebody, you even begin to, a lot of times, talk like them. And so it's very important the people that you allow around your life to influence you are living by biblical principles. And that's what Proverbs gives a lot about, biblical principles. And Proverbs was written by, remind me, who wrote the book of Proverbs? You say it out loud? Solomon. Solomon wrote it to his son. Okay, Solomon writes it to his son, and just a book with so much for us to unpack. And it's a book that it doesn't matter. Go to the ant, thou sluggard. Consider her ways. What is he talking about there? You guys ever seen ants out? I mean, let me tell you again, when I was your age, I was obsessed with basketball, and I had a concrete slab out at the back. We had an acre of ground. I had a concrete slab out there. I had full court basketball, except it wasn't nearly big enough. It was not quite half court, but I had 2 hoops on it, so I called it like a full court basketball, everything like that. I'd go out there and play. I remember sometimes I'd be doing this dribbling drills, And you guys ever seen like just an anthill and a bunch of them start coming out? And so there would be an anthill. I would go and start to dribble on the anthill. So what happens? They all come out. Here was my goal. It was a massacre. Not to let them get to the grass. Okay, so I'm trying to dribble and get the ants and not letting them get. I know you guys are looking at me so disappointed, and you're going to call. Can you call animal rights for ants, or is it like insect rights or something like that? Maybe you'll call one of them and turn me in, and I'll be arrested for all of this. But I mean, that's what I would do. I would try to get the ant, because ants are always doing something. You never see an ant just sort of sitting there. They're always going somewhere. They're always doing something. And what is this saying? We've got to make sure that we want to stay busy. We want to, again, work is not a bad thing. Work is a good thing. And we want to stay busy, and just a practical principle there. Now, we came to Ecclesiastes. Let me go through this again. Ecclesiastes means the preacher, the teacher, or one who addresses the assembly. This is what the word Ecclesiastes means. And who is the author of this? Again, it is Solomon. Solomon is the author here. Then we read just some very, very important things. The preacher says all things are vanity or meaningless. Again, when you hear that word meaningless, it means empty, not lasting. Empty, not lasting. These things feel good for a period of time, but they never fully last. Give you an example. We've all had this where we've been super thirsty before, right? Outside doing something, you're super thirsty, you come in, you get a drink, right? And you get a ton of water, you're drinking water. I was telling my kids the other day, before basketball games, I used to drink a gallon of water. Every time before basketball games, just to make sure I would not cramp up, and trying to prepare myself for those. But you want to know something? It doesn't matter how much water you drink today. You know what you're going to want tomorrow? Water. Go to eating. Okay. Thanksgiving Day. I love Thanksgiving Day. Or let's just go here. How many of you now, I know we don't have these anymore, how many of you like buffets? Anyone else, like going to buffets and eating at buffets? I love eating at buffets. And the reason I love eating at buffets, because you can eat however much you want, whatever you want. But how many of you have ever gone to a buffet and left there not feeling very well? Anybody else like that? Like that was me. I love them, but every time I leave, I don't feel well. And the reason is, my grandpa told us this: if you're going to go there, you have to get your money's worth. Right? Like that was his. So what does he mean? Like, we've got to eat a bunch of plates. I used to love going to Golden Corral. I don't know how many of you guys have ever been there. There was a Golden Corral, and there was I think this was just more of a local one, but it's called Ryan's. It was the same type of thing. But Golden Corral was always my favorite buffet, and the only reason it was my favorite is because it had all you can eat steak. All you can eat steak. You guys that have been to like the Sizzler buffet, that's not really, that's all right, but there's not a ton of choices there. So I'm talking about a little bit of a step up where you have like a ton of different things you can choose from, and you eat, and then you're like, oh wait, dessert. So you've got to go back and get dessert. And then anyone else ever been up there to get dessert? And you look over and you're like, oh, I haven't tried that. And so you come back with like a dessert plate and another plate you leave not feeling well, but what happens the next day? You're hungry. You just ate so much that you're leaving there saying, don't give me another bite of food, because I just can't handle it. But the very next day, what's for breakfast? It's just how we are. That's how our bodies are designed. These things that Solomon mentions here, remember we broke them down yesterday. If you want fame, Solomon is very famous. People from all over are coming just to see him. He's famous for what? Wisdom. Man, if there was a guy that people would look at and say, this guy is smart, it is Solomon. He's famous for possessions. He has more wealth. This guy, how wealthy is this guy? He's got so much gold, he doesn't even know really what to do with. So he starts having some of his soldiers that sort of guard places. They take their shields and make them gold shields. I mean, a shield that's supposedly there to get hit and he's like, well, we got some gold. Let's find something to do with it. This guy has more than he has money. He has the possessions. He's got the horses, which are the cars of the day. He's got them. You go to Israel today, you can go to places where you will see where they built these stables for Solomon. Some of them are at Megiddo there. And you can see where they've built these. And this was there because Solomon was expanding. He has, you remember we looked at his wisdom, but then remember he has 300 wives. He's a guy that basically has everything that the world says will make you happy. He has it in abundance. And he starts out this book by saying, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Useless, useless. All of it is useless. You understand something? This is what many people look at as the meaning in life. Remember, we broke down different people. A doctor, some of these things. And a lot of people, though, live their lives for money. I mean, that is the idea. In fact, nowadays, when I ask somebody, I never ask anymore, hey, what are you going to do once you graduate? I want to ask, what do you feel like God wants you to do when you graduate? Because that's the most important question that you can answer. What do you feel like God wants you to do? What has God created you to do? That's the most important thing. But you know what a lot of times I get? Well, I'm going to be a doctor. Oh, that's awesome. Why? They make a lot of money. I'm going to be this. Why? Your starting salary is right here. And then there's nothing wrong with being a doctor. We need doctors. If God calls you to be a doctor, by all means be a doctor. I don't know if I'm going to trust you to operate on me, but you be a doctor. You know, I just imagine, this is one of those things where you imagine you're in a car accident. I go into the emergency room. I look up and one of you is there, about ready to operate on me. And I think about this. Were they mad at me when they were in school? Are they going to accidentally cut off my leg right here? You know, that's a concern for me. But if God wants you to be a doctor, by all means. But don't do something because I make this much money. That's a terrible reason to live your life. Because here's the thing about money. There's always more. There's always more. They asked, I believe it was Warren Buffett, who was a billionaire. They said, how much more money do you need to make? And here was his response, $1 more. And after that, $1 more. What was he saying? You're never satisfied with money. And this is why Solomon can write this. It's not somebody, listen, if I tell you money does not satisfy you, you're like, okay, yeah, sure. But how much money have you ever really had? If I tell you having a nice car does not satisfy, you're like, okay, yeah, Mr. Moore, go ahead and say that, but your car's not that nice. If I tell you having several houses isn't going to satisfy, you're like, okay, yeah, sure, but you have one. How do you know? Well, first off, I know by biblical principles, but second off, I take you to the book of Ecclesiastes and say, here's a guy that had all of those things you're talking about, and it never satisfied him. I'll give you a modern day example. Okay? This is a guy that is going to be talked about a lot. Many of you have heard his name before. His name is Tom Brady. Tom Brady is how many of you know who Tom Brady is? You guys know? How many of you do not know? Some of you maybe don't. He is a quarterback in the NFL, one of the greatest winners of all time. I do not like Tom Brady for two reasons. One, he graduated from Michigan University, and nothing good comes from Michigan. That's just that's a fact of life, nothing good, but he graduated from Michigan. And secondly, the New England Patriots always beat the Indianapolis Colts when I was growing up. He would always beat Peyton Manning, and I have never liked him because of that. But Tom Brady's a great winner. He was interviewed for, I believe it was 60 minutes. This was several years ago. I think he's been playing over 20 years. So the guy's been in the league for a while, but he had won a few championships. He was one of the most recognized people on the planet. They were talking all about his life. He had married a supermodel. He had a family. They're talking to him. And I believe he had won 2 or 3 championships by that point. And the guy asked him, okay, hey, Tom, basically, do you feel like you've reached the top? Is there anything else out there for you to accomplish? Remember, he's got the money. He's got the fame. He's got everything that people say they're living their lives for. And here was his response. I hope so. There's got to be something more out there. He has everything. If I could tell you right now that, let's see, I don't know how old Tom Brady is. Anybody know how old he is? Is he 45? 42? 42? So let me just say this. If I could tell you 20 years from now, you have Tom Brady's life. Now, maybe it's not in football, because some of you are like, I don't want to play football, but you have the fame, you have the money, you have in every way success. You'd be like, man, that would be awesome. But Tom Brady, who has it all, says, there's got to be something more. So what does Solomon question? Examine the following verses. Tell what things the preacher describes as meaningless, okay? I'm just going to give these to you, okay? I was going to have you look them up, but it took too much. All right, let's go through these. Go ahead and write these in. Ecclesiastes 1:12 through 18. He talks about the fact that wisdom is meaningless. You're like, wait a minute. Some of you have been reading Proverbs, and you've come across verses that said, wisdom is the principal thing. Seek wisdom. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So how does Solomon come back and say, hey, wisdom's meaningless? Here's what he's talking about. Wisdom in and of itself does not help us enough. Wisdom is there to point us to God. So if we never take the wisdom for what it's really meant to be, it never accomplishes what it's meant to be. Let me give you a great example. Your Bible. Okay, each one of you have one. You've got to have one here, right? You've got a Bible. Do you know some people miss the whole purpose of the Bible? Some people, they can tell you everything in the Bible. Right? You mention like some obscure person in the Bible, they're like, I know who that is. This is what they did. Some people can tell you all about the chapters, the verses, but they don't understand what the Bible is all about. In fact, there was a guy that was arrested. And this was in a foreign country. He was arrested, and when he was arrested, he was given a Bible, thrown into jail for many years. When he was getting released, somebody asked him, what did you learn from the Bible? And here's what he learned. He told them how many verses were in the entire Bible. He told them what the middle verse of the Bible was. He told them what the longest verse in the Bible was, the longest chapter. And he began to describe to them many, many things about the Bible. But you know what he never discovered in the Bible? Who God really is. The Bible is your path to wisdom. But if you never connect it to what it's actually supposed to be, it's meaningless. All of these things we're going to talk about, there's nothing wrong with them. Pleasures. There's nothing wrong with that. We all have different things that we enjoy doing. I'm not saying that it's wrong for you to go on a vacation. No, that's a good thing to do. I'm not saying that it's wrong for you to work. Some of you are like, yes, I'm going to use this. I'm never going, when my mom tells me I've got to do a chore, I'm bringing up this verse and saying, hey, you know that work is meaningless, right? I'm not doing it because Solomon said that's not what it's talking about. Success. I am not saying that success is wrong. You should not go to a company and want to work there and be like, man, I hope I'm never a success here. It's like you shouldn't go play a basketball game and say, I hope we lose today. I mean, what's the purpose of it? What's the purpose? I'm not saying those things are wrong. Riches are not wrong. It's not like, oh, that person makes $1 million. If you make under $1 million, you can be godly. But the minute you go over $1 million, now you are wicked. That's not what the Bible teaches. So how does Solomon say these things are meaningless when it basically says, well, there's no point to them, almost like it makes it wrong? How could this be? Here's what he's saying about all these things. If they're not connected to the right thing, they are meaningless. Because my wisdom points me to God. The pleasures of this world should point me to the creator of those things. The work of this world points me to God, who has created me with the ability to work. Success comes from Him and Him alone. Riches, they all come from Him. We get this idea of, look at what I have done. Do you understand how foolish that is? Because you cannot control the very basic things that allow you to do anything. A few years ago, the NBA draft was coming up. And those of you that follow different things about the draft, you know that they go through a very extensive process where doctors come in and examine them. How many of you have ever had to go for a physical before, right? You guys have done that probably several times. Not a physical like what you do, where the doctor like walks in, looks at you and says, okay, you're still breathing, you're good to go. Like that's not what we're talking about here. This is actually where, I mean, they're running tests. They ran this, I forget the guy's name, but you know what they found out? This guy was going to be, I believe, one of the top 10 picks in the NBA draft. Very successful. I think he played at Baylor University. But they found, through doing these tests, he had a problem with his heart. And because of that problem, for him to continue to play basketball, which he had lived his entire life for, the doctor said, you will die. So he did what was smart. He said, I'm retiring. The NBA actually did a good thing, and they actually had like I forget how they did it, but basically he was drafted, or they had him there on draft day and sort of did something for him. But get this, here's a guy, I believe he's like 7 foot tall. He had gotten to the peak of success in here, and here he's finally about ready to get paid. And there's something he has absolutely no control over. You have no control over your heartbeat. Not one of us today is sitting there, beat. We don't do any of that. Last night you went to sleep, and you didn't have to worry about making sure that you kept breathing. Like, you didn't have to wake up every couple minutes, okay, take a breath. How does that happen? That's how God created you. Understand, success, all of these things come from Him, because if it was not for Him, I would not be able to be able to do these things. Some of you, and I'm not saying you don't work for things. Listen, anybody in here that's going to be a success at anything understands you have to work. Those of you that can play musical instruments, you have had to work at that. You've had to go home, you've had to practice, you have had to work at it. Those of you that have been successful in sports, you realize that if you're going to be a real success in sports, that the moment basketball season ends doesn't mean that your season ends. That's when you really begin, because now you're going to go and you're going to work and you're going to get better. That's how you become a success. Work is involved, but it all comes from Him. Those of you that get good grades in school, you've got to work. You know that. But He gives you the ability to do that. Success, it comes from Him. Riches, it comes from Him to give to others. God does not give us riches so that we can just store them up. We're given so that we can give, so that we can help. So Solomon says these 5 things, which if you were really to break it down, can I tell you, most people, I believe there are really 6 things that you will live your life for. These 5, one of them, or God. I believe that breaks it down. Some people live their life just to be the smartest person in the room. They know so much. Some people live their lives just for pleasures. They can't hold a job because they just want to go out and have fun all the time. They just want the pleasure. Some people, they work, and some of these things are interchangeable, because a lot of people work so that they can have the pleasures. Like, they'll work never see family, different things, just so they can have that new boat or the new whatever it is. Success. A lot of people just live for success. If I could just be the president of this company, if people will know my name, riches. If I could just live here, if I could just drive this car. I mean, let's be honest. How many of you have ever been at the beach and been like, it would be pretty sweet to live in that house right there? Anybody else ever done that? Like I'm like, I could wake up every morning and look out here and see the ocean like this. Like that would be, and then you realize, you guys ever seen how much houses around the beach cost? You guys ever seen that? Like if you go on Zillow or something like that. Sometimes, I remember one time I'm walking down there, and some of you probably don't have to do this because you get dropped off at the beach, but I'm the one that drops my family off and then has to go park the car like 3 miles away or something, when it's busy. And so I'm walking back down there, and they have one of the houses is for sale, and you know how they used to. They don't do it as much anymore, but they had the papers out there where you could sort of get it and see how much the house was. This house did not look very nice at all. I mean, seriously, it was not very nice. It was very, very small, and it was like over $1 million because it was close to the beach. I couldn't imagine what the one like on the beach that sees. I mean, it's amazing. But those riches, and by the way, there's not. Again, please don't think, okay, well, if I live by the beach, I'm sinning. No. But if that's your goal in life, to get that house, to live there, you're missing the real goal, because the goal needs to be, and this is what Solomon gives us. Solomon's answer: God is the source of all meaning. So he's got questions about these things. And now he comes to it and says, God is the source. Solomon's most important answer is found at the end of the book in 12:13. According to this verse, what is the final word in the whole matter? And let me, you guys write this in. Let me go there. Ecclesiastes 12, verse number 13. Let me read that for you. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. This is the second to last verse in the entire Bible, in the book of Ecclesiastes. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Paul starts out, says, vanity of vanity, all is vanity. And when you read through the book of Ecclesiastes, he talks about a lot of things and says, they just don't matter. And by the way, don't ever forget, this is coming from a guy that had these very same things he's saying they don't matter. Not coming from somebody like me who's never had it. He had it and said it doesn't matter. And he comes to the end and he says the chief goal of life is to fear God and keep his commandments. All right, guys, really quick, couple quick announcements. Can you guys make sure Thursday or tomorrow there's nothing you got to turn in. I want to make sure I'm clear on that. Friday, you are going to turn in your field notes project. It's the same thing this week, okay? Your project, make sure you put some work on that. And then Friday, we are going to have our verse quiz, Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. Remember, this is an entirely new 9 weeks. First grade's going in. And then let me say one more thing, and I'll let you guys go. Tonight is youth group here at the church, 7 o'clock. If you guys are able to come on out, we are going to have some cake tonight. We're going to celebrate Mrs. Moyer's birthday. It was her birthday yesterday. So we'll have a good time tonight. If you guys are able to make it out, you guys are all invited. Some of you have questions. Please come up to me at the end. I'll let everybody else go, all right?
Be very honest and look around and
Okay, good morning, DLs. Good morning, class. A little rushed around today. I had to do some other different things, so sorry we're a little late getting started. Okay, let's get into this. Take out a piece of paper. You have a 10-question quiz, reading quiz. Okay. Here's all this. Okay, so the points from yesterday's quiz and today's quiz will go on the next homework assignment that we get, which will be tonight. Okay. So, are we ready? Here we go. Just do them. 10 questions. Okay. Just answer 'em. Just answer 'em. Wash, sand. Stop talking, please. Okay? Just because someone says something doesn't mean everybody else has to talk. Okay? Please. I'll show you what that test did. That's what you're doing now. Okay. Anybody not finished in here? Okay. Here's your answers. Okay, Micah? Erica? Cody? Jasmine? Natalie? Destiny? Case? Ariana? 10? 9? Brianna? Aaron? Cheyenne? Bella? Jose? Jason? No Jason today? Jezreel? Sorry. Jaden? Emma? John? Hudson? Tyler? He's not here either. Ellie? Anna? 9? Kayla? Joey? Elias? Okay. Why didn't you do it during the 10 minutes? You even followed me up here. You came from there, so no. Okay, so hang on, DL's just a second here. Absent. And Tyler's absent. Okay. Okay, let's get into it today. So what are rhythmic back and forth motions of water called? Okay. What is the highest point of a wave? Okay. What's the depression in the water between the crests? Okay. Trough. Okay. What is the length of time between one crest and the next crest called? Okay. Period. What are types of waves that what are type of waves okay, this should say what type of waves has different sizes and moves in various directions? Choppy waves. Yep. What type of waves have a white foamy crest? Okay, the white caps. What are the gentle rolling waves that may appear even during calm weather? Ocean swells. Okay, and here we are today. Beachside currents. Okay. That pleasant feel that you get on the beach. Okay? But you go out from the beach and you have a little bit of problem. Okay? Because of what's called the undertow. Gentle currents from receding waves. Undertow is waves, or that's one, Joey. Waves that are moving back from the land, okay, back into the ocean, okay, and it's the undertows that cause people to die, okay, because a lot of times people drowned in them because they get scared and they get frightened and they lose their sense of whatever, and they get towed away from the sand. Okay? You have also called the longshore currents. That's the outflowing water trapped near the sandbar, which flows parallel to the beach. Okay? And a lot of times with this, all these connecting together is what draws people together, or people away from the beach, and people end up drowning from them. You have what's called the rip current or the rip tide. These are the strong currents, or the waves that rapidly flow away from the shore through a gap in the sandbar. So why do rip currents, why are they dangerous? And this is what I was kind of getting to. And what should you do if you get caught in one of them? Here's your answer. Swimmers get caught in them. They panic. They exhaust themselves trying to get back to shore because they're swimming against the current. And then they drown. And the number 2 is going to be what you should do. Okay? But this is what happens. This is why they are dangerous. And a lot of times that's why out on the beach, you'll see out in the water these barrier type things. Trying to think. My mind is fluttered today. Either little balls floating in the water that are connected to each other. What? There you go. Thank you. Buoys out there. They're out there just so far because that's where the riptides, where the water's changing its force. Okay? Generally, if you're inside of that, you can swim. You can be okay and get back to shore pretty easily, as long as the waves aren't taking you out or whatever else, or something else occurs. But you go beyond those buoys, and you're going to get possibly caught up into the riptides. Okay? And so a lot of times people drown from those, most of the time, unless they are good swimmers and know how to escape from them. So how do you escape? Were you done with that, number 1? Is everybody done with number 1? Get it done. And then we'll go into number 2. Okay? Huh? There we are. Huh? Yeah, that's what. That's the right one. Okay. By the way, Jose, take your hat off, okay, in the class. Thank you. Everybody done with number 1? Well, here's number 2. Don't panic. Okay? A good way to escape a current is to swim parallel to the shore. Okay? Now, if you've exhausted yourself already from swimming back to shore, this is going to be rather difficult. Okay? But swim parallel to the shore. When the current subsides, then you can swim back to the shore, perpendicular to it. people on the shore may wonder what you're doing, okay? But the key thing is do not panic, okay? People drown just because they panic more than what is happening to them, okay? Same aspect with when you're choking on something. A lot of times you are panicking because you can't breathe, okay? And that it's serious, yes. But if you just take a moment and just think about it and just tell yourself, slow down and breathe. Try to breathe. You know, it'll take just a little bit. But if your mind is telling your throat to settle down, then it will. If your mind is telling your body to settle down in the water, it will settle down and you'll be able to escape, okay? Or most likely be able to escape. But the key problem is that everybody panics too easily, okay? Okay, everybody done with number 2? Anybody not? Good. The giant waves, okay? The little waves were David. These are Goliaths, okay? The tsunamis. These are the largest known waves. And back then, Goliath was the largest person known. Yes, it is. Why or what? You see the surfer down at the bottom, okay? Pretty soon that this wave is going to create a tunnel or what's called a pike, okay? And that pike is what he's going to try and get through. And if he makes it all the way through, then he has succeeded his adventure on this wave. After, yeah, you never know. Okay. Okay. But if this wave becomes violent, okay, right now it's just a huge wave. Okay. What makes this a violent wave is when it starts toppling over and crashing in. And when this wave starts crashing in on that surfer, then he's likely to get hurt or something, okay? Possibly drown if he's not accustomed to it or whatever. Years ago, quite a few years ago, let's put it that way, when surfers would surf, they would lose their boards, okay? Now they've gotten smart and they've attached this cord to their ankle that's connected to their board. So when they get toppled over by a wave like this, then they still have their board. Otherwise the wave brings the board into shore and then they have to swim all the way in to get their board and everything. But now they can retrieve their board a lot easier and swim or float back in or back out to catch another wave. It can be, because sometimes the board comes up and hits them. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. So you take your chances either way. Either you take your chances of drowning in the water because you're after your board, or you take a chance of the board hitting you in the head when it comes toppling over, or whatever. So, in my opinion, good rule of thumb: don't get in the water. Okay. Okay. But that's me. There's 3 activities that cause tsunamis.
right, so page 116, actually, let's go over. Did we finish that? I think we did. So yes, page 117 in the blue book, page 100 in the green book, or is it 101? Let me see. Okay, it is page 101, and then a type sketch. What is page 117? Oh, nouns agree with subjects. Actually, we'll go back to the type sketch, but everyone in the green book, go ahead and turn to page 105, okay? 105, green book, page 117 in the blue book. For those of you in distant learning, I see Mia and Jezreel. Thank you for commenting, but Emily, please comment that you're here. All right, so we just learned about proper nouns, common nouns. Shoot, I forgot to make you copies. I'm so sorry. I'll do that after this class. I said that yesterday, but I'll do it after this class, okay? Making verbs agree with noun subjects. Let's look at your first set of rules. Okay, number 1, this one's pretty self-explanatory. Singular subjects take what kind of verbs, class? Singular verbs. Plural subjects take plural verbs. Nouns ending in S are usually plural. Verbs ending in S are usually singular. And this one's the part where it kind of confuses people, so you want to mark that in your book. Nouns ending in S are usually plural. Pretty self-explanatory, okay? Boy is singular, boys is plural. Girl, singular, girls, plural. So nouns ending in S are usually plural. Verbs, however, if they end in S, they're usually singular. Okay, so for example, she drives. Okay, she is one person. Drives is a singular verb, ends in an S. Okay, how it would be plural is they drive. Notice how drive is still the same tense as drives, but it's just now plural. Okay, so verbs ending in S are usually singular. Okay, notice the word usually. It's not every time, obviously, but usually, okay? But singular subjects take singular verbs, plural subjects take plural verbs. Look at number 2. The number of a subject is not usually affected by phrases between subject and verb or by the predicate nominative. So this is basically saying you just need to look at your subject. Whatever your subject is, it is, if it's whether it's singular or plural, that's the verb that I choose, okay? So if there are prepositional phrases in between the subject and the verb, if there is different other, whatever words are there between your subject and your verb, you don't need to worry about those. I would just look at my subject and my verb, okay? The number of the subject is not usually affected. So there are cases that there will be affected, but we need to look at those. But let's master this first. So the number of the subject is not usually affected by phrases in between the verb or the predicate nominative, okay? Look at number 3. If the sentence is in inverted order or begins with there or here, you must be careful to locate the subject and the verb to agree with it. But number 3 in the blue book, it says, the verb agrees with the subject, not the predicate nominative. Kind of, the green book kind of combined rules 2 and 3 together. So let's work on this one first, okay? Look at number 1. Underline your subject, cross out the incorrect verb form in the parentheses, okay? So we want to look at our subject, whether it's singular or plural, and if it's singular, this plural, we choose the plural verb, okay? Pretty easy. Let's look at number 1. Patience is or are a virtue for which we should all strive. My subject, Aaron. Is that singular or plural? It is singular, so what would I use? Is. Patience is. The birds in the western sky glide or glides in perfect formation. What's my subject here, Bella? Birds. Is that singular or plural? Plural, so what would I choose? Glide. Birds glide. Okay, Joey, that was number 1. Birds glide. Okay, give me number 2. Reflects God's handiwork. What's my subject here? Not mountains. Example of words coming in between subject and verb. Okay? Of the mountains is a prepositional phrase that we don't really need to look at. So what would subject be? The majesty is my subject. That's what we're talking about. So majesty, reflect or reflects God's handiwork. Is that a bunch of majesties or just one? Singular or plural? Class, who knows? Singular or plural? It is singular, okay? So what would I choose? Reflect or reflects? Reflects, okay? Majesty reflects with an S. Number 2, the beautiful white dress was or were worn by the bride. Natalie, give me my subject. Dress is my subject. Is that singular or plural? Singular, so what would I choose? Was. I've crossed out the word were. Okay. Number 3, the skyscrapers loom or looms from the streets of Chicago like towering giants. What's my subject here, Jasmine? Skyscrapers, singular or plural? What would I choose? Loom without the S. Awesome. The bird in the cage sing or sings a beautiful song. Jose, what's my subject? Bird, singular or plural? Singular, so what would I choose? Sings. Remember, verbs with an S are usually singular. Okay? So verbs has an S, S for singular. Maybe that'll help you remember. Yes, Aaron? Okay, so it would be the birds in the cage sing a beautiful song. Okay? Whatever your subject is, I would choose the same number of verb. Okay? Number 4, the greatest of all was or were the years before the greatest time. Whoa, I was going to say the greatest of all time. The greatest time of all was or were the years before the war. Okay, who has this one? Cheyenne, give me my subject here. Greatest. Okay, not quite. Jaden, why aren't you with us? Are you with us? Okay, you're spacing out. Not greatest, the greatest what, Cheyenne? Time. So time is my subject. Time is talking about in general as one whole thing. So what would I choose? Was. Awesome. The greatest time was the years before the war. Okay? Number 4, the old Spanish fort at the edge of the desert stand or stands alone and is my subject, singular or plural? So what would I choose? Stands with an S. Good. Number 5, the musicians in the Queen's Court play or plays with studied perfection. Ari, give me my subject here. Musicians, is that singular or plural? Plural, so what would I choose? Not plays. Remember, verbs with an S are usually singular, so I would choose the word play. Okay, musicians play with studied perfection. The practice of getting a manicure is or are more prevalent now than it was 50 years ago. Jaden, give me my subject here. Of getting a manicure is not my subject. Remember, that is a phrase in between my subject and my verb. I don't need to worry about that. So what is my subject? Practice is my subject, okay? Practice. Plural. Not about the thing as in general, the general practice of it. If it is, okay? Other verb, which would be is. Awesome. Practice is prevalent now than it was 50 years ago. Platypuses is or are a strange breed in the animal kingdom. Joey, give me my subject. Platypuses, is that singular or plural? Singular. Plural, okay? Platypus is singular as one. Platypuses, obviously you're talking about a bunch of them, is plural. So I would choose my plural verb, which would be are. Awesome. Platypuses are a strange breed. Yes. No. I don't know the rule about that, but this would not be platypi. I know that it's platypuses. It's not platypi. Same thing. Not dices. It's cacti. Yeah, I don't really know the rule for that, but. Did you hear Joey? He doesn't. He says you don't say fish shy. You say fishes. Oh man. Number six. Who is or are the girls on the yearbook committee? Okay, so this one is kind of an inverted sentence because it is a question. So I need to look at my subject here. It's not the word who, but what's my subject here? Jose? Girls. Awesome. Singular, plural? Plural. So what would I choose? Are. Girls are. Good. Okay, go ahead and turn the page. We're going to go on with some other rules. Making verbs agree with subjects too. Okay? Look at number 4. If a sentence asks a question with there or here, actually, for the blue book, you want to look at page 119. Okay, page 119, collective nouns. We're still on page 106 for the green book, but we're going to talk about collective nouns and compound nouns on page number 120. Okay, so look at number 4 and then number 8. Okay, collective nouns may either be singular or plural. Okay, we kind of talked about what a collective noun is. Collective nouns, they are a bunch of things making it into one whole or one unit. So family, obviously you have parents or whoever you consider in your family, cousins, uncles, aunts. Okay, they're individual people, but they make up nouns. Same thing with team. Okay, a bunch of players on a team. However, you're one team. Herd, a bunch of cows in a herd. However, it's one herd. So those are collective nouns. They can either be singular or plural. So this is kind of going to be a confusing section, but you do want to look at the context, and it'll tell you if it's singular or plural. Okay, so for example, look at your example. The committee is meeting now. Okay, committee, we're looking at one whole thing. They're all meeting right now. So therefore it would be singular. The way that it would be plural, so you would say the committee are disagreeing with each other. You're talking about individual opinions, individual people all disagreeing. So that would be, in that case, plural. Same thing. The crew is very capable for that job. The crew is doing a job. They're one unit, so therefore it is singular. Then the crew, we're arguing about what to do first, okay? So the crew doesn't argue with itself, okay, with no one. The people on the cruise are the one that is arguing, so therefore that would be plural. So like I said, within the context of the sentence, you need to look at it whether it's singular or plural, okay? Compound subjects are joined by the word and they take a plural verb. That is rule number 11 for those of you in the blue book on page 11. And they take a plural verb. That's all self-explanatory. If you say Cody and John, 2 people, plural. Okay? Desk and chair, that's 2 things, plural. So those are compound subjects. They are joined by the word and they take a plural verb. Okay? And the last one, when a compound subject is joined by the word or neither, nor, or, okay, let me back up. When compound subjects is joined by or, nor, neither, nor, either or the verb agrees with the subject. Okay, so that was pretty a mouthful of words, but page 120 also explains that for you in the blue book. Let's go ahead and look at that. So compound subjects, okay? Obviously right now we have compound subjects, but if they're joined by the conjunctions either or, neither nor, closest to the verb, and then that was the subject that you would look at to determine the number of the verb. For example, okay, I would say either she or her sisters went to the store, okay, or neither she nor her sisters went to the store. Okay, so neither is neither her would be, well, actually, it would be neither she. So she is my subject, and then nor sisters. Sisters is also my subject, but then I would look at sisters to determine the number of my verb, whether singular or plural. Okay? Same thing, if I reverse that, neither her sisters nor her went to the store, or she. She would be the nearer or subject closest to my verb. Then I would look at that. So let me put it on the board for you so that you can see it. So for an example, so either, we'll do neither, she or her went to the store. Okay, so this we look at the word sisters to determine my verb. My sisters. If I reverse that, sisters, nor she the store. Okay, but then obviously in this case the word, but I would look at the verb that is closest, or the subject that is closest to the verb. That's what I mean when you look at the subject that's closest to the verb. John, please pay attention. Cody, please pay attention and take your hat off. Okay? You guys definitely need to learn this. Okay? I don't want to see any other looking down, saying whatever. You need to pay attention. Okay? This will definitely help you on your quizzes. So, neither nor, I would look at the subject closest to the verb. Okay, so let's practice that. All right, let's look at number 1. For those of you in the blue book, you're looking at exercise on page 119. For those of you in the green book, you're just looking at page 106, the exercise here. Okay, let's look at number 1 in the green book. The plays cast has or have different roles. Okay, what's my subject here? What's my subject here, Jaden? Cast. Is that one or two things? Or singular or plural? Different roles. It is plural, okay? So notice this. Not everyone on the cast has the same role. So therefore, this is talking about the cast with their individual people, right? So it would be plural. So if it's plural, what would I choose? Not has, have. Okay, the cast have different roles. Okay, look at number 1 in the blue book. The Brown family is or are attending the seminar on the Christian home. What's my subject here, Jasmine? Family. Are they attending it as a unit, or are they attending it as singular or individual people? Sorry? A unit. Good. So it would be singular. What would I choose here? Is attending the seminar on the Christian home. Good. Number 2 in the green book, June, July, and August is or are typical vacation months for many North American families. Okay, we have a plural verb here, obviously. Aaron, what are my subjects here? June, July, and August, those are 3 things. Those are compound subjects joined by the word and. So what would I choose? Are. June, July, and August are. Look at number 2, $30 is or are my tithe for January. Bella, what's my subject here? Dollars. Okay, is that singular or plural? This one would be actually singular. Okay, because in this case, you're not giving individual dollars. Okay, so you would be giving $30 as a whole, so therefore it is singular. Okay, so I would choose the word is. $30 is my tithe for January. Okay, the way that would be plural is they had $30 in the bank. Okay, or that you can separate those bills, right? So that would be plural. Okay. Number 3, salmon and chicken is or are my 2 favorite meats. Class, what's my subject? Salmon and chicken. We see that that's a compound subject joined by the word and, so therefore it is singular, plural? Plural. So what would I choose? Salmon and chicken are my two favorite meats. The committee was or were making last-minute phone calls. Okay, what's my subject here, Cheyenne? Committee, is that singular or plural in this case? It is singular. The committee wasn't, plural. Sorry, it is plural. The committee isn't making one collective phone call. Okay, individual people are making phone calls. So therefore, this would be plural. It would be the word were. Okay. No homework for tonight, obviously. Today is Wednesday, but make sure that you guys are reviewing these so that you'll be more familiar with them. We're going to continue on with noun subjects tomorrow. Okay, so go ahead and put that away. Take out your literature book. Okay, last night you should have begun the adventure of 3 students. Okay, written by who, class? Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And who is the detective in the story that he created? Sherlock Holmes. Okay, one thing I want you to to notice in this is, you guys remember the point of view that we talked about? Remember the story with the 3-ring circus and all the crazy people that played basketball? Okay, remember who actually was that point of view from, class? Good, the team manager. So, in reading your story last night, whose perspective was this story from, The Adventure of the 3 Students? Good, it was Watson. Awesome, Chase. So we know that Sherlock Holmes, he had his famous partner, Dr. Watson. If you guys saw the movies with Robert Downey Jr. or whatever, you would know that. But even if you didn't watch the movie, that's his famous partner is Dr. Watson. So, a lot of Sherlock Holmes's works, or Conan Doyle's works, that when he wrote about Sherlock Holmes, it's from the perspective of Dr. Watson. Actually, the 9th and 10th grade, they had a story of Sherlock Holmes. It's called The Red-Headed League. Basically, it was told from the perspective of Dr. Watson. And basically, the reason why he told the story from the perspective of Dr. Watson is basically just to kind of observe the ways that Sherlock Holmes kind of analyzes things, and the way that he wouldn't really, the way we wouldn't really solve a crime. Because we know Sherlock Holmes, he notices the little things. He can look at the carpet and then deduct many theories of how the crime went down. And that's just how Sherlock Holmes' mind worked. And then Dr. Watson, he kind of was the more understandable one, and he kind of, we see his point of view on the outside looking in. So it is from the perspective of Dr. Watson. Who can tell me the name of the professor who brought the case to Sherlock Holmes? What was his name, class? Mr. Hilton Soames, or Dr. Soames, okay, Soames. He was a tutor and a lecturer at the College of St. Luke's. We know that Sherlock Holmes, he was in a town that he was staying. What was the case? Why did he really want to bring the case to Sherlock Holmes? Okay. All right. I know Emma and Bella and Hudson. You want to tell me the story? What was the case? Good. Okay. So Dr. Soames, here he is. He's a professor at this College of St. Luke's. And here he has a Greek examination the following day. But the night before, he was kind of freaking out because someone actually sneaked in the room and copied his exam. And when he went there, it was in his apartment actually. And he had 3 different students three different people who ended up being, suspects of the crime. But the reason why he really wanted Sherlock Holmes to solve the case, because we know Sherlock Holmes in the beginning, he actually was like, why don't you just ask the police? Why don't you just call the police? I'm super busy. I don't really want to take the time to solve your little crime. But then, why did he really want Sherlock Holmes to solve the case? What was the reasoning for Sherlock Holmes and not the police? Yeah, he wanted to keep it on the DL. Okay, he didn't want it to get out And apparently it would have been an embarrassment for him and the college if people were to hear that, oh, someone stole the exam for some reason. I don't know why that would be so embarrassing, but he just wanted to avoid scandal, is what your book said. So tonight, not tonight, but tomorrow, you're going to have to read the rest of the story to find out how Sherlock Holmes solved the mystery. And I want you to take note of who all the suspects were. We did read of a suspect last night. Who was one of the suspects in the beginning? What was his name? Emma? The servant. What was his name? Not D, it's a B. His name was Bannister, okay? His servant Bannister. And he didn't want to blame his servant Bannister, but in the end, we'll see how he ties into the story, okay? So obviously in homework tonight, but if you want to read the story to continue on, you can get ahead of everyone. That'll be your homework on Thursday, okay? And just saying now, I would read the story, okay? All right, so go ahead and put that away. Last thing, last but not least, is our vocab. Elias, Joey, and then Kayla and Eliana, I believe I put a list 14 on your desk, so go ahead and pull that out. Okay, last night you were to write your words, vocab and your definitions 1 through 5 2 times. If you haven't turned it in yet, turn it in after class. Sit down after class. Let's go through our list 14 words, okay? So this week, we're practicing words that end S-E-D-E. Okay, so the seed words, all right? So notice this, look at the little insert at the bottom, or the note at the very bottom of the list. Supersede, the word supersede, notice this, is the only verb in D-E. Okay, you want to basically to go above and beyond something else. Okay, so it's like bigger, better than something else. Okay, supersede is the only word in English language, or verb in English language, that ends in S-E-D-E. Notice these, the words exceed, proceed, and succeed are the only verbs that end in C-E-E-D. Okay, you want to mark those as you're studying these. All the other endings have a seed sound, but are spelled C-E-D-E. Okay, so supersede is the only word that ends in S-E-D-E. Proceed, exceed, and succeed are the only verbs that end in C-E-E-D. Everything else is C-E-D-E. Okay, so as you're studying these, make sure that you note the words that are spelled with the word S-E-D-E or C-E-E-D, and then everything else should be pretty easy for you to spell, which is C-E-D-E. Okay, no homework tonight, but let's work on exercise A. Okay, exercise A, before we go ahead and start filling it out. Jose, sit up. Exercise A. Cody, you should be working on exercise A. Who was absent yesterday? Nobody? I think everyone was here. Just making sure. Okay, who has number 1? The vandal blank the priceless piece of art. Jasmine? Disfigured. Awesome. Disfigured means ruin the appearance of. Okay. Number 2, a Christian should not be so blank that he compromises scriptural principles. What do we have here? Emma? Not quite. Propriety is actually a noun, so this is kind of describing what they shouldn't be. Aaron? They shouldn't be so awesome, complacent. They shouldn't be so agreeable or willing to please. They compromise their beliefs. Okay, if you read the sentence, it'll kind of tell you, explain to you what the vocab word would be. Okay? Number 3. Thus speaketh the Lord of hosts, saying, blank true judgment, and show mercy and compassion to every man to his brother. Jose? Execute. Good. You're supposed to carry out true judgment. Accomplish true judgments. Show mercy, compassion. Awesome. Number 3 would be execute. Number 4, one generation should not leave its problems for blank to solve. One generation should not leave its problems for blank to solve. Let's go with Brianna. Good. Posterity. Succeeding generations or descendants. Okay? Number 5, the blank fury of the storm frightens the children. Joey, do you have number 5? Okay, why don't you look at it and then we'll come back to you. Okay, number 6, he that reads and grows to no wiser seldom suspects his own blank. Okay, who has that one? Number 6. Micah, what's number 6? He that reads. Good. He that reads and grows no wiser seldom suspects his own deficiency. Joey, you have number 5 yet? What was it? Not excavate. Okay, this is basically talking about the fury of the storm frightening the children. When we think about storms, it's kind of keeps going if it frightens the children. Kind of give you a hint there. Doesn't stop. Look at the last one, number 10. It's good. So it's not slackening, so what word would it be? Unrelenting. Good. Number 5, the unrelenting fury of the storm frightened the children. Number 7, while the construction workers were blank, they discovered an old Indian burial ground. Elias, do you have that one? Okay, so what do you think construction workers were doing when they kind of discovered an old Indian burial ground? Good, excavating, okay? The construction workers were excavating. They discovered an old Indian burial ground. Number 8, unfortunately, many critics belittle the blank of Victorian England. When we think of Victorian England, we think of something very proper, high class. So what do we probably would put here? Chase? Good. Propriety, which means the correctness of behavior or morals. Number 9, he is so blank in his liberalism that it seems impossible to dislodge him. So he's basically set in his beliefs. Yes, Jose? Entrenched. Entrenched is dig in, fortify, or establish. So in this case, he's establishing the belief of liberalism. Number 10, his task was to blank the supplies needed by his unit. Class? Procure, which means to acquire or get. His task was to get the supplies that they're using. No homework tonight. Have a great day. You guys are dismissed.